we are live. Let's go. Alright guys, so today we are doing some big changes here. So what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be building a new way of working with our AI agents. We have been kind of bouncing around a few different ideas. We've been going in circles a bit, but today we're streamlining. We're working towards getting our AI agents launched as soon as possible, getting them out into the hands of people, getting them into the hands of our users, and then testing them live to make sure that people see that they have real value. We want to get our agents working for people. We want to show people that they're actually doing things. So let's go. Let's get it done today. So we're going to be starting a new dashboard from scratch, and we are going to be building in our first AI agent and getting that thing out hopefully today. Actually, we're going to be starting from a very minimal user interface, starting from scratch, building out a new Next.js project, and seeing if we can get that up and running and allow people to sign up and use our agents today. All right, let's get started. So I'm inside of my code directory, and what I need to do today is I'm going to start a new dashboard. So I'm going to build that in with Next.js because that's just the best tool for the job. So to do this, I'm just going to go into a new Next.js installation process, just copy this down and say, let's follow this installation steps, these installation steps, and let's create a new Next.js dashboard @/dashboard inside of documents/code/dashboard. All right, so we're going to be creating a new blank dashboard built in Next.js, and we're going to get that up and running, and our goal is to be able to build out our first agent here inside of our dashboard. So what's happening right now is Claude Code is following this installation steps. I don't have to tell it what to do besides I just copied in the text of this page here. Just click on copy page, and then I just send that in. So if you wanted to see what I actually just copied in, you can see that I just copied the whole text of that page. Yeah. So installation, and last updated April 10th, 2026. Here you go. So this is just the raw markdown for this page. So everything that you see here, it all exists on this page here. Hello from Palm Springs. I like being able to see the UI. That's a nice site. What's up, Reed Cozy? Thank you for joining us today. Good to have you with us. All right. So we're building out a new dashboard today, and we're going to be building out a way for us to talk to our agents. So our goal right now is just to get a new dashboard started in Next.js, and it looks like we have it up and running already. Cool. All right, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna say, let's create a new Git repo for this locally, and then let's create a new remote repo at github.com. I'm going EI slash you might need to come up with a new project name, but the org is ongoing AI. All right. Oh, there it is. I see it now. Cool. So here is our new project. And I'm going to bring this into my GitHub desktop so that I can start tracking the changes to it. Sure. No, that's fine. That's fine. Let's keep it as is. Our goal now is to allow our user to add projects via a UI. These projects are going to be domains that our SEO agent can work on. Let's use ShadCN UI with an orange theme. Grab our logo from our current task project. So we need to start something from scratch so that we can build specifically just to a single agent. Our goal is to get this out, up and running, and to release this as soon as possible. So we're not going to be building in private anymore. We're going to be releasing out to the public and getting more feedback, more real world usage, so that we can actually just start to see the impact that our project can have, impact our agents can have on real world websites. So we're no longer going to be seeking perfection. That's what we've been doing, and I think that's a cop out, and we just need to get this stuff out, and we need to be building out in public and getting more real feedback, getting real data, getting real getting real users. That's where this whole thing is aiming. That's what we're doing today. So that's our big goal for today, is we want to get this out, we want to get this up and running, we want to stop moving in the darkness. We need to start releasing out in public. Okay. So I'm not sure why that went to light mode. We had a nice dark mode website. It's probably because it installed ShadCN and now there's some sort of conflict. So whatever you just did caused our site's dark mode UI to no longer appear dark. And now we have serif fonts as well. I need to try running this again. Maybe this will help refresh it. No. All right. So we need to fix this before we can move on. So what we're starting off with is ShadCN, which is our primary way of building out user interfaces. So this is something I'm very familiar with, and I built out a few dashboards in the past with it. But what they have is they have a lot of different user interface components that you could use, and a lot of like standard things so that you don't have to build it out from scratch. So if you look at this one, for example, we can see this is an alert, and they have dialogue. So if you want to see like an alert as a dialogue, that's cool. You can do badges. They have breadcrumbs like for your navigation bars, buttons, just everything that you could think of, with a bunch of different styles that built out of the box, available out of the box for you. Groups of buttons, so everything like that you would possibly need for a standard dashboard user interface. ShadCN is a great place to reach for if you want something nice that looks really good and modern. Yeah, so that's cool. Alright, that's definitely orange. Let's take a peek here. There's not really much configuration available just yet, but it's looking alright. So let's check out the changes that we just made. Looks like there was a bunch of changes that was just performed by the agent. So our coding agent basically touched a little bit of everything around our app. So I think we're not going to get stuck on the design, although it's tempting to spend some time fixing up the design and making it look super beautiful. I think the real goal here is to start actually working towards getting our agent working. So we are able currently to add a domain, so that's nice. And then basically I just want to be able to start an SEO scan on this domain. So let's see. I'd say it's super orange. Let's just see what it does if I say that. Commit what we have so far. So I think now the next step is going to be allowing our agent to start a new scan and allowing our user to view the scan in progress and scan history for a specific domain. So we have our ongoing AI domain, and let's just keep moving forward with being able to scan this domain. So let's get started with this. Yeah, you know, it's fine. I don't really care how orange it is. It doesn't really matter if no one's using it, right? Let's see. No, that's fine. So they have some color schemes available, some color themes for Shad-CN available. And let's see. They have some available right out of the box. So themes. They used to like show it, but I don't know if they still show it anymore. I think it was zinc. That's what I'm looking for here. Yeah, this one looks pretty modern. Let's just do zinc. Zinc, zinc, zinc. Yeah, this is good enough. Orange is a little zany. Yeah, this is cool. Let's just keep it simple. Yeah, this is perfect. Okay, cool. Commit this. Then I would also like to have a confirmation dialog flow for removing a project. Currently, when I remove a project, it just deletes it automatically. Dude, this music is insane. I have to find like streamable music though. Copyright free house music. This is insane. Oh my god. Let's try this one. $20-minute. Oh. Let's try like lo-fi. This is crazy. Alright. That's fine. So we should have an alert dialog that shows us a cancellation confirmation flow. So let's try it out. Remove project. Cancel. Okay, remove project. Remove project. Okay. Perfect. This looks beautiful. This is exactly what we need to get started. And if I do ongoing AI, cool. Alright. Let me see what happens if I do HTTPS. It says to not do it. So I don't think we even need that feedback if it doesn't matter. We don't actually need to say this. It's just adding extra info to the user and can be confusing. All right, so next what we want to do is, it would be best to just sanitize the input and then add it. Can we use Zod for this? So Zod is a package for validating like URLs or any kind of user input. So let's see. Zod allows you to basically just kind of validate all of the input from your user. And let's see. They give you a lot of helpful ways of validating stuff. So what we're going to be using is, I think, the URL validation. So you can have different types of URL validation. You can make sure that something that someone adds in is a valid email or a valid IP address, just whatever, you know. So you want to make sure that the data that your users are sending you is actually valid. So like these are all different types of URLs that you can validate. Yep. You can make sure that it's HTTPS that they're adding in, so it's like a secure URL. I think that should be good because we're going to be doing a lot of validation as we move forward anyways. So for something small like this, just adding in a URL, it's kind of overkill. But as we move forward with allowing our agents to start doing SEO work for our domains, we're definitely going to want to make sure that the data is consistent and reliable. So we'll just start early with our validation. commit this, then from our so from our commit this, and then on our projects slash like ID route, I would like to start a new scan with our agent. So this means that we will need a way to see what project we are viewing with breadcrumbs. We will need to be able to see a button or action we can take on that project to start or trigger a new SEO scan. I think we would want to start by just scraping all of the pages in a domain and then storing them so that our agent can then review them and analyze the site's SEO. So we will need the critical pieces of a site's SEO capabilities or SEO structure. Example, the robots.txt, sitemap.xml, yeah, that's fine. Then we will also want to set a crawl budget per domain and then prioritize crawling for based on content type. I think that's good enough to get started. So basically what I'm trying to do is when we have a project here, I would like to be able to click through this project. So I can't click into it just right now. I can't navigate to view more info, like an overview about this project. And then secondly, from that overview page, what I'm looking to do is I would like to trigger a new SEO scan for my domain. So I would like to start by just having our agent just go in and like pull in every single page, as much information as it can. Oh, maybe even some like DNS records would be good, possibly maybe technology scanning, stuff like that. And that would be like really good for like researching on the domain possibly. So like if a site has like WordPress, for example, or if a site is built in, Next.js, you could probably have different analysis based on like the technology that a domain uses for the marketing site. So that might be helpful info as well. Yes, streaming is important. So is using a DB. So we definitely want a database for this. And ideally, let's create a user object with an organization for that user, and start with multi-tenancy right from the beginning. Also, IDs for scraping and projects, etc. should all be UUID 7 so that they are anonymized and sortable and not guessable. Ensure security best practices from day one. Alright, I will be right back. All right. There we go. All right. 10K MRR. Road to 10K MRR. Let's go. Official goal. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, go. Alright, so I just realized that I had my mic muted, but basically what I was trying to say earlier is that the reason why we have it clear in our title right now about the 10K MRR is because sometimes it could feel like you're making progress towards a goal, but if you don't have a clear destination in mind, you'll never know if you're really getting there. And because this is specific and measurable and a specific number, you can know whether or not you're actually making progress towards a specific goal. And today, being day 10, I think clarifying our goal, clarifying the destination that we're aiming is really important. So I think that it's important to show up daily, and it's important to track your numbers daily. And I think that's all you can really do is just be consistent, be reliable to yourself, and be honest with yourself. And I think having a number that you're working towards, even if you're streaming to 0 people, just working towards something in specific and being not blowing smoke up your own butt, and just trying to being honest with yourself about where you actually are and like where you need to go, and not being afraid of like being clear with a specific goal. I think that's the way to do it here. So our goal is 10K MRR. It's specific enough and it's measurable, and I think it's it's actionable. We can actually work towards this. So this is it. This is the new goal, 10K MRR. Day 10, 0 MRR currently. Cool. This is doable. This is achievable. All right, there we go. So let's try it out. That did not work. So we're trying now to figure out why we are unable to log in. So what this is currently, what's going on currently is we're creating what's called a magic link. So a magic link will generate and will be like a temporary login link to authenticate someone. So currently the magic link is just going to our console, but once we are releasing it publicly, it'll actually go to someone's email so that they can log in. This is nice because the only way that someone can log in is with having access to an email address. So a password can't really get leaked, and the magic links will expire. So this is pretty nice. This is like a pretty standard way to do it, and I think email password logins aren't that great or secure anymore. Cool. So we found the error and Claude's currently fixing it. But in the meantime, more coffee. All right, let's try it again. Cool. That worked. Nice. So that worked. So sign up. gradient background. Let's look for some cool like gradient ideas. I like kind of like this one. Or kind of like this, or like this. I would like a fluid animation. I like this one too. Yeah, that's fine. I like a fluid animation. Let's add a shad CN sidebar. Let's also give it a specific sidebar that we like. So if we go to shad CN, the building blocks, we could take a look at some of the blocks that they have here. So let's take a look at their sidebars. I think it's like 7 or 8 that I usually use. So 7's good, but then 8 also is nice because it has like this, you can kind of see it better on light mode. It has this kind of like this card that all the content sits within. Or this one's more of like a true like split that goes all the way up and down. This is pretty nice too though. The thing that I see a lot of when I start using this style though is that you end up having to figure out what to do with the content at the bottom. So like this one's nice because the content fits within this area here, but when you have like content that goes below the screen, when it goes like down to here, yeah, when it goes down below like here, like do you have the content stay within this area, or does this like bounding area go below? Like does this like whole thing become just one big scrollable area? And then you're also looking at like questions about like what to do with this breadcrumb area. So should that just stay fixed there and then the content should just like scroll past it, or does that just all scroll as well? So this one's kind of clear. A lot of like what should happen is pretty clear. So you have the breadcrumbs. This could just stay fixed up there, and then all the content can just scroll down. So I don't know, I like both ways, but I think for this one, we'll just use 08 and then just see what happens with the extra issues. So let's just start with that. Let's do that for our sidebar. So we have a login, a sidebar, and a sign up area. So this is gonna be a pretty big, like a big request. So it's gonna take a little bit of time. I think in the meantime, what I would like to do is go to a new, let's see, I'm gonna open this up in a new window here. So I think right now, like what I'm trying to do is continue moving towards getting that SEO agent, like scanning our website for issues. So let's push that up. So one thing I was hoping to build while our UI is being developed is our page scanning capabilities, or our scraping capabilities. So we need to map out a site using the sitemap XML and robots. Where do we stand with that? And are we able to scrape a page yet? And then in another tab, what I'd like to do is just go to Claude and then just see how much usage we have so far. Just type usage. So we have used up 26% of our current session. Let's try it again. See how quickly this is. Oh, okay. So it's actually getting filled up pretty quickly. We just used 2% since I ran that. Close that out. So it's filling up pretty quickly. I want to start with a spidering, storing this is for our dashboard project. In documents, code / dashboard. So what I would like to do is I'd like to try to figure out how we can just start by like grabbing all of the pages for a site and set a budget for the maximum number of pages. So I would like to set a budget for the total number of pages we can fetch from a site. Also, I would like to spider a site as well. Cool. That looks nice. That looks really nice. This actually functions too. Sweet. Open this up in an incognito window just to see what he did. That's cool. So you can see the gradients are moving. It's like the same. Okay, that's weird. It just like alternates the layout. I actually want it, so okay, that's weird. All right, so for signing up. So the only difference for signing up versus login is that the page is, the gradient is on either the left or the right. However, for the sign up process, I would like first name, last name, and email. I also want it on I want the form for signing up to be on the left-hand side as well. So this will allow us to get more information about the user when they're signing up, and I'm wondering, should I have any other information that I expect? I like to ask Chat GPT for stuff like this, so when let's see, for my SEO agent dashboard, when I have new users sign up, should I just get first name, last name, email address, or should I, or something else? This is just for the registration page. So let's see here. Let's take a peek at our dashboard, see what's going on. It looks like so it looks like we do have a name field, and thanks. Yeah, 10K MRR. We have to be specific about our goals, and I think with 0 MRR, it's nice to show up every day and have to type that in every day so we can be honest with ourselves whether or not we're getting closer to our progress or to our goal. So typing in 0 it's not a great feeling, but it does help you kind of realize whether or not you're aiming in the right direction. So I think one of the most important things is to be able to actually charge people for something, obviously. So I think if you stay at 0 and you're not charging anyone for anything, then don't be surprised when you're at 0 day after day. So yeah, I think we're gonna have to get a product out as soon as possible and start charging for it and see if we can start to grow that monthly recurring revenue. But that's kind of the reason why we're redoing this, is so that we could just simplify everything and make it so that we could just, sign up and start paying and find value right away. So instead of waiting for like this crazy, perfect, big vision to come into fruition, we're now just working towards getting something, getting it up and running and start charging for it today and see if we can get anyone to pay. So we removed a lot from our previous task management system, and now we're just leaning more into just SEO. That's all we're doing right now, is just SEO with AI. And instead of having this big complex thing with like dozens of agents right now, we're just focusing on one specific goal, which is helping someone do SEO for their site with AI. That's just like a very specific target that we're working towards. So I think starting off with this, I am going to want now working towards scanning the SEO for a specific domain. So I do need the ability to click through and view this domain, and I think we're also working on our extraction as well. So let's see. Compact our history, and yes, let's move forward with DB backed org scoped projects. I was thinking about storing the run output in a folder for now as actual files instead of storing 50 KB or whatever in the DB. This would allow us to have hundreds or thousands of pages per scan without overwhelming our database. Yeah, we are gonna need buckets, of course, for we're gonna need buckets for storing all the pages for a scan. So as we scan a website and we begin to scrape all the pages, we would probably want to use a bucket, of course. I mean, that makes the most sense. I don't think we're going to be sending it to Vercel, to be honest. I don't think that's going to make sense for our dashboard currently. See, we will definitely be using an S3 compatible bucket for scanning a site. Let's keep that in mind. Can we set it up so that locally so that our scanning, scraping capabilities can store files in a S3 style bucket locally. I would also like to set it up so that we can keep a consistent API for handling file storage and scraping. So I should have my database now that I can open up in my database client. So let me take a look here. I'm looking for, actually I don't know where the database is being created. Okay, let's give it a shot here. So I can't click through still. And then I think I could log out. Yeah. If I refresh. Yeah, so if I log in again, that should be my terminal. Looking good. All right, let me open this up in a incognito window. So this is the registration. It's just the first name. I don't know about that placeholder, but okay. It looks fine. Yeah, it's good enough. Never heard of Tigris. Storage cloud purpose-built for AI. Globally distributed S3 compatible object storage with 0 egress fees. Cool. Let's open that. So we now have our users coming in. Cool, so we can see our database now. And then it looks like yeah, this is looking great actually. So we have, I don't know what account is. Not sure what that is. Page, scans, session. So okay, so Google, GitHub signups. Okay, that's fine. So this way we're not going to have a bunch of wasted database. So it's just a little bit of data hygiene from the beginning. Just keep it kind of clean from the beginning. Looks like we might not need page, but we'll see. Because we don't need body text, I know that for sure. Yeah, this fills up so fast now, the context window on Claude. 3, phase 4 is already moving. Working on right now. You can forget it safely. I can mod you actually so that you don't get banned anymore. Let me see. I can add you as a moderator. Managing moderator. There we go. Alright, so you should be good to go if you want to keep spamming. We like it. You like the spam. Okay, so now what I'm doing is I'm trying to get it so that when we're scanning a site, when we're scanning our website here, I want it to store all of the pages inside of like a bucket so that our AI doesn't have to like juggle all of that content inside of its context window and, you know, cause us like to really rack up a bill and have users kind of like run out of usage capability credits pretty quickly. So I think I need to start with I'm gonna say I'm streaming live. Can you update my env.local for me to not output anything, append only? Keep it clear that we cannot link any keys. So okay, can you start it for me now? NIO. Actually, I'll just do it. So if I do CD dashboard.
You can find details on all Apple products in it.
The hell? Alright, so I run it here. I could start a MinIO. Alright, that's not gonna work already. MinIO is not starting correctly. Okay, let's try it again. Here, 1 sec while I get this set up. Let's do that. All right. One second. Cool. I think that should be good to go. And double check. I think that's good. All right, I could probably turn this back on. All right, so I'm trying to get set up here with Docker. So let me try it again. So I did number one. Let's try it again. Okay. So this is our new S3 bucket we just created. So this is this looks good. Cool. Bucket created. Ongoing scans dev. Yes. Move on to the crawler runner now. This looks great. Commit any pending changes thus far. Project navigation in our UI, the ability to trigger a new scan, UI feedback on an active scan, but actually scanning and scraping a site, a domain, will happen with functionality we are building currently. Do not build the scanning functionality here. Well, let's check it out. So we have some changes to pull in. Okay, so I have to fix this as well. Okay, so this should get fixed. These conflicts need to get fixed. So resolve these conflicts so that we're not ending up with, 1 second. You're watching me code, bro. What you doing? What's up, bro? So right now we built out a where is it? So we built out so there's this thing called Amazon S3, which is like a tool for like storing files. Um, it's just like you can store any type of file that you want or objects or whatever, and it's used by a lot of people, like especially some of the big guys like um, Instagram, Netflix use them for like storing movies and stuff and videos. Adobe uses them, but this is a really common way for like storing a lot of files and stuff. So what we're doing right now is we're moving towards like scanning domains with our SEO agent, and then storing a bunch of files for like all the content that is like scraped off of a site. So we want to make sure that we're not storing all of that in the agent's memory, because that could easily overload an agent. So our goal right now is to work towards like creating essentially like a temporary folder on your computer or inside the cloud on AWS, and then having the agent work with those files in the cloud, and then over time we could just like remove those, and it's like a temporary storage for our needs. So we just really need it to be stored for like, I think, no longer than a day or two, but I think we can retain it for like 30 days right now for our needs, and then we could store historical scans as well. But usually that type of stuff is like historical scans are usually stored for more than 30 days on like more premium tiers. So some other like SEO tools like Ahrefs or something, they'll store scans for like I think up to a year if you're on an enterprise plan, but for most people on like the smaller plans, I think they only store it for like 30 days or 90 days or something. So we're going to do something similar where you only store the data from a scan for around 30 to 90 days, maybe. And just keep it at around 30 days, I think for now should be good for our needs. And when the scan is in the bucket, when the scan is on S3, the agent can then like reference it and then like use like searching through the bucket, and like can kind of understand like what pages need to be updated or scanned or whatever. So it can work within the files. It's like its own like cloud-based file system essentially that just lives temporarily in the cloud. And what we're doing right now is we're making it so that we have like a local version of the cloud essentially. So when we do a scan while we're building out our SEO agent, we could do a scan and then like store it on our computer, so that we don't have to store it on S3 and then pay for like, you know, storing the files, and it's faster to store it on our own computer as well. Then our own agents can like live and work within our own computer essentially without having to send data to AWS every time that we try to do something. Cool. Claude down. Cool. So Claude AI unavailable and elevated errors on the API. Continuing to work to prevent the issues after Claude AI. What time is it UTC? So it's 18:37 UTC. This has been almost an hour. It's down a lot. Wow. Damn. Let's try it again. Can you see the dashboard UI so far? Can you see it so far? Sad cat. It's not showing on the screen. Yeah. Let's see. So it's very simple. So we've reduced everything right now, and all we're doing is focusing in on scanning our site for our SEO agent, and this is really the only thing currently. And I'm trying to actually release it with the simplest, like one version, one capability as possible, as soon as possible. So what I would like to do is just, I would like to show my domain. I would like to scan it. I would like the user to be able to add a domain, scan it, and then like basically like charge the user to get an SEO scan by our SEO agent, and then prevent them from, I guess, using the agent in a way that would cost us a bunch of money. That's really what I'm looking at. What if I did light mode? I think it should work actually. If I just change my desktop, yeah. It's just my desktop is dark mode, and then it just checks like if I'm on light or dark mode. So it's really whatever the user wants. We can make it like, you know, more beautiful later, but I think right now we're just trying to get this out. And I think finding a single value prop right out of the gate, which is take a domain, scan it for SEO issues, and then maybe sign up for daily SEO scan results. I think that's really it, what we're trying to do. Something super simple, nothing complex. That's kind of like where we tend to fall apart, is when we try to make something super difficult and like elaborate. But I think right now just work on getting something small and usable, and I think we're getting there. So we just had a little hiccup because Claude was down, but I think it should be back up. Looks like it's back up. So yes, do the project details page and the scans panel now. Yeah, we're just keeping it super simple right now. I think whenever we go too far into that complexity is just where we like, you know, end up going too deep. You can't see the prompt. I'm typing here on the right side. I guess this one is being blocked on the left side. Whatever, it's fine. So this one's working right now. I'm building out our project view page. So right now we just have a list of like projects, which is really just a domain list, and we could add whatever domains we want currently. And then my goal right now is to click through here and then click start a scan on that project page, and then have the scanned pages show up here in my S3 bucket. So currently there's nothing in here, but I think if I was to run a scan and then see it in here, that'll be really great progress. I believe all of my GitHub issues are resolved now. Okay. Yeah, so we're good. We had a bit of issues with our GitHub branches conflicting, and I just had the AI fix it for us. So we are good to go now. Let's keep moving. changes. So this should allow me to click through, I think, and then start a scan. And then looks like I have my first scan. Cool, so I did it. That's awesome. We did our first scan officially. That's sick. That's cool. That did it. We got our first scan in our S3 bucket, and yeah, that's awesome. All right, let's continue here. Cool. All right, so we have our UI now and we have our scanning working now. So I think these two agents are totally completed. So let me check my usage for today. So far I'm at 59%, and it looks like I have another 2 hours until it'll reset. I think I might have just enough to get me through this 2 hours. But the problem is now that I have to probably like reduce the number of agents that I work with at one time. So instead of having 2 active agents, let's just let's just close this one for now. Okay. So I think what I would like is, let's close that up and let's close that up. So I think what I'm leaning towards now is actually, let me take a quick break, 5-minute break. take a look at our usage now. We're at 59% with 14% for the week. I don't know why I was saying I had like $60 of spend earlier. Cool. So, all right, so this is where we're at now. So we are able to scan, and our scans are storing to our S3 bucket locally. So what is next? I think we need to analyze the scan output. So whatever we scan or scrape from a domain, we need to be able to now analyze the scan and then maybe generate a report. So I think that's going to be the next thing that we do. Let's take a look at what we have here. Alright, so let's clear what we have. I think the next step is going to be now. So from our project, we currently have the ability to scrape or scan up to 25 pages from a domain / URL. Now we need to begin analyzing those pages. Our goal is the following. With our scanned, stored output, TXT, HTML, we should generate a report. The report should have a consistent, let's see. Actually, I want to take a look at what our scans are producing first. So our scans are so it's storing it as like, oh here. Wait, why is it meta file content types? Not really sure what that is, but is there a way? Because it's not actually storing the data here. I guess it's storing it in the S3 bucket. So I think I need to be able to so the report should have a consistent output format. Each page that we scrape should have a consistent meta details object stored as well. Like H1, array of H1 tags. For example, images array with alt text and Word count for the page, etc. We should use our scraping meta details object as a way to programmatically analyze pages. Not every page, not everything needs to be generated by an LLM output. Some stuff is predictable and can be accomplished with normal coding. We should, however, incorporate LLM into our scan analysis. What do you recommend? I think also that also on our scan details in our dashboard, we should have more info presented in a tabular format. I would also like to see our scan details have a list of all pages that were scanned along with their meta details like word count, H1 count, H1 value, title, tag, value, meta description, value, etc. The heavy headers, overview. Yeah, that should be good. Oh man, I gotta log in. All right, 1 second while I log in. Okay. Just a moment. It's funny, I was muted the whole time. Alright, I'm gonna mute again anyways. All right. Okay, cool. Let's see here. All right, so what did we accomplish here? I think we just improved our crawler, so as we can spider now through a website pretty quickly, and then we can analyze it and then store metadata about each page. So I think that's great. So we just need to commit this, then go on to step 2. Alright, so that should be committed. And then what is the next thing here? So it's on step 2, which is the rules engine. So I think that's So I think there's going to be 3 more steps, which is talking to the LLM and then creating like a structured schema for our scans, and then finally building out the UI for showing off like what we've scanned and what the LLMs have learned about our website. So we're just trying to get this out. I think we could actually launch this today if we keep pushing on it. So we're making great progress on scanning, and we're making great progress on like producing results for each of our scans. So it's like an H1 specific rule, multiple H1s, H1 missing. Okay, so it's building out a new rule file for each of these scanning points. So this is going to be in lib, scans, analysis, rules, and then there's rules for each of these. So the missing images, canonical URLs, and a canonical URL is something that you would see. Let me think of I think like TripAdvisor. I like to look at TripAdvisor for like SEO stuff. So if I ever want to look at like good SEO, I think TripAdvisor has one of the better ones. So let's say we're looking at Palm Springs, like hotels. So if I was to look at any of these hotels here, so the Desert Riviera Hotel, I would see that there's a canonical URL. And this means that this is like, sometimes you'll have the same information across multiple pages. So if it's like, there's various ways sometimes, like you might want it structured, for them they might want to structure a hotel under like hotel reviews, but sometimes you might want to structure it under Palm Springs hotels or maybe Southern California hotels or whatever. So this is their URL contains that information here, and this will be like the permanent URL for this particular hotel, Desert Riviera Hotel. So a canonical tag really just says, hey, if you see the same information in multiple locations like this Desert Riviera Hotel, and you see it in hotel reviews, you might see it in, Palm Springs hotels or Southern California boutique hotels or something. What happens when you give it a canonical tag is Google is not going to say, but without a canonical tag, Google might have difficulty understanding which is like the primary domain or the primary URL for that information. But with a canonical tag, it really helps it understand, well, now you don't have all of these multiple pages competing for the same term. Now you just have the single page, which is like Desert Riviera Hotels on Palm Springs. So now you might be able to then say, you take all of these multiple pages where this Desert Riviera listing might be located, and you point it to specifically the hotel reviews section or whatever. So yeah, that's one way to like really learn about SEO if you're interested in actually like digging in manually and learning about it. You can just look at people who are ranking already for, like if I was to look up Desert Riviera Hotel, there they are. They're number 2, right after the actual like hotel's website. So yeah, TripAdvisor ranks really, really well, and they're like a great way to learn about SEO and like how to do it properly. Alright, that was fixed. That was showing off like some sort of cost or something that we had accumulated or accrued somehow. I'm not sure how that happened, but looks like we have another 4 hours until we reset at 140. That's fine. So our database now is improving, so we should have more. I think I might need to run the migration here, but I think for now we're good. So I don't think we need to store the full URL here. I think we could just store partial. Okay, I have to restart my server now. So it says it should have picked up the new migrations, so looks right. And if I refresh this, okay, so I can see the results of the scan now. So I think the breadcrumbs should actually contain the information about the scan. Breadcrumb should contain info about our scan. I'll just run a new scan as well. Says the analysis was completed, no insights. Let me try running it again. Okay, so here's some overview, and then if I run the analysis now, this should work. So 4 errors. Not sure what per page errors are. Is this something about how our LLM is unable to create an analysis on our domain of our domain, create an analysis of our domain. All right. So I ran the analysis, but it's appearing to stall out right now. Am I wrong? I am not seeing anything in the console or any errors. Yeah, so if I refresh it, I'm not seeing anything. Nothing in the database. Just cancel what we have in progress, and I have already restarted the server. So I need to improve my logging here. I don't know why it's freezing up, so this is a new issue. I think we need better database logs so that we can check the status of our analysis processes. And I think we're also going to need the status of our analysis processes. wonder what their process of creating an agent looks like. How can I? So it looks like the reason why. So we're using the batch API. Is it cheaper? Alright, so I can cancel this one. Okay, so it looks like it had finished, but it had never reported back to our server. Alright, that worked out. Live mode, scanning. Nothing in the UI reads them yet. That was step 6 from the spec. So now we can scan live and do an LLM report. Okay, so this is more like scan details. Okay, let's do step 5. on the next phase. So I'm gonna have it reduce the amount of context that it has. Just gonna manually tell it to compact the memory, and then just have it continue on with the next planned phase of our project here. What's up? So I see that I have issues here on the right column. I have 6 issues for this particular page, and then if I click through, I can't see the specific issues about it. I just see it appear on a sheet on the side here. But what I'm thinking is, like, why can't I like just at least see that there's issues here? You know, why is it like, yeah, I don't know, why is it showing me a list of issues but I'm not seeing the actual issues? I see a number of issues for a specific page, but I'm not seeing what the actual issues are. So when I open it up in a sheet, so here's the issues number on the right hand column. But then when I open up the page results in a sheet, no issues appear, no list of issues, no number of issues. When I click through, this is one of the most important things that I would need to see when clicking on a page scan results. So yeah, I need to be able to see what the actual issues are, at least here in the sheet. And then, yeah, none of them are showing up. And also, like, what is like contributing to the score here? And I feel like average words per page and score and stuff aren't like the best top level KPIs for the scan results for an SEO scan. I think there's better metrics that we can expose here. I don't like that the score is right there, to be honest. Or at least I would like more info about the score, or like what's like actually like affecting the score, I guess. Alright, so here's the issues now. So those appear. So this is for that specific page. This is a starting point. This is a pretty good starting point. All right, let's see. So I think we're getting a lot of info right now for these scans, but I think the problem is that it's kind of overwhelming and a little ugly, but I'm not sure. I think we're actually pretty close to releasing something that would potentially work. I think. I think what I'd like to do is actually have ChatGPT take a look at the data that we're producing here, and maybe like exporting this to a CSV or something would be great. And then maybe exporting the analysis, because the analysis isn't really doing anything besides like just I guess let me try rerunning it. Let me see if there's any new improvements here. So I'm gonna say I think I would like to how should I do this? So I think when I run, okay, I'm gonna say this. I think when I run the analysis process on the scan, when I run the analysis process on the scan, it looks like it's hanging at 10 events for this particular scan analysis. Then when I refresh the page, it says completed. Then when I refresh the page, it says that the analysis has been completed. And when I expand the events, area, it looks like the full analysis has completed. A few things I'm noticing that we don't have any real analysis appearing in our scan results. I'm not entirely sure what to expect from an analysis. I feel like the initial analysis should run automatically after a scan has completed. I also think that it is stalling at a consistent point. I'm not sure what is causing that stalling behavior though. What about to increase the distribution of this? It's kind of like hit or miss. Sometimes I'll stream for like 2 hours and I'll get more people. Sometimes, like today, I streamed for 5 hours and I'm not really getting a lot of views, but I'll have to do some more research on that. But I think I really want to finish this up before I move on. So I want to see the analysis of the scan. And I would like to have a scan performed automatically and then like ideally email it to myself so I can, this music is killing me honestly. I'd rather just do no music. Wait, is that our scan? Is this our insights? I wonder if I should make it so that I could download. I would like to download this to a PDF, and then I'd also like to export our scan itself to CSV. So those are two different things. So let me see. So let's commit what we have. I would also, okay, I have a couple things I want to do before I wrap up for today. So let me just write it down. That'll probably help. So I would like to export the scan as a markdown. The scan, not the scan, the scan analysis, scan insights as a markdown / PDF. Export the page scan as a .csv file. Also, what was it? I think I had something else. I forgot what it was. Maybe like the issues. I think that would be good actually for now. Then I could actually export the whole scan page. Actually no, that's fine. I think that should be good for now. So basically I would like a table of all scan results, essentially. Like, I would like to be able to see the I would like to be able to see maybe the you know what, that's fine. So this will be on the actual scan itself. So this is the project ID and then the scan. Alright. So this will create the CSV. And then the markdown. Sweet. So this is actually kind of coming along. So if I was to try to download this, alright, I don't like how that's on 2 lines. Download, drop down items are broken onto I don't like how the drop down items are allowing line breaks. Also, yeah, that's clear. And let me try downloading this. So if I open this, let me see what I come up with. Alright, so this is our download, and this looks good. And then the CSV, if I open this, let me see what it looks like. Cool. Alright, let me pass this in now to Chat GPT. Let me say like, oops. Drag that in here. I'm gonna say like, 1 second. Let me say, what do you think about the scan results of my like AI SEO scanner so far? Be brutal. So, site insights. And then content gaps. And then the pages. Whoops. And then the pages here. So I think for me the biggest issue right now is that there's all this data on here and it's pretty tough to kind of like go through it all. It's just a bunch of data. I'm not really sure what to do with it. As a user, I'm not really sure what to do with it. So if I was to click through one of these pages, be brutal. I do want it to kind of just like tear into me a little bit and just kind of find the real issues. This is good. I like it. I think from here. Okay. Cool. Commit this. Then take a look at what Chat GPT says about where we are currently. Alright, so we did that. We actually did both of these things. This is good. And then I think we have maybe, what do we have left here? So I think we have to do, I think we should just let this finish one run based off of the feedback from ChatGPT. I'd like to just give it like a single opportunity to here is what Claude code says. Attach a suggested structure to existing page insights or expand the current suggestion block. This doesn't have to be a feature. It can be a prompt upgrade disguised as a feature. Dismissing strategic framing too quickly. This part. 70% auditor, 30% strategist equals vibes. It is vibes, but it encodes something real. You're already optimized for correctness, not for decision making. Claude fixes this tactically, but doesn't fully zoom out to what is this product actually for. The real synthesis, this is what matters. The actual move. You're not building a better SEO audit tool. You're building a tool that tells founders what to write next. Claude's plan is basically make that real without adding infra. I have some ideas about this actually. So I think that, how should I say this? So I think that one of the things I really want to do is start leaning into LLM SEO, because we're not going to be able to compete against some of the more established like keywords guys out there like Ahrefs or SEMrush, because we don't have that large amount of historical data. However, what we do have access to is the LLM, and that is like the level playing field there. So I think that if I was to lean into like a strength versus like try to fix a weakness, I think play to my strengths at this point versus like trying to think of the weaknesses. And I think my strengths would be that we can just go 100% into LLM SEO. I think that's going to be the way to go here. So my goal would be to start ranking here with citations versus trying to rank on I guess actually my goal would be to get people, our users, to rank in the LLM citation. So like if I was to type this, like, can you tell me what the best path forward is here? Research this and figure out how to do SEO in the age of AI and LLMs. So now what it's doing, if you can see here, is that it's actually looking for content about this specific question. So it's researching based off of like what we've spoken about. So this is like a document that we sent it. However, it's also using citations for other websites, and in this case you're seeing a lot of like Microsoft and Google links and OpenAI links, because like this is specific towards like LLM SEO and like traditional SEO. You can see all the sources here. So this is what it actually researched, and this is like what users are going to see as well. So when people ask questions about like specific topics, you can rank here. And I think it's very similar to traditional SEO, but this is more like future thinking. So I think that we will need to begin to like create strategies about how to approach I think we should do like content suggestions. That would probably be like a good starting point for us. So what I would like now is to have content suggestions based on LLM SEO strategies. Guide the user based on how to rank in LLMs answers. I think we should do something like a content, like a suggested content page for a site, like identify gaps, suggest how to close the gaps, and allow the user to update, maybe upload a document based on how they would like to rank in their own words. Maybe map out an ICP profile. I think that would be good. Allow the user to upload a document based on how they would like to rank in their own words. So instead of like a list of keywords, I think it's about creating content that appeals to a specific customer profile. Like, this is kind of like the new needs that are emerging, I guess, because of AI, is like, how are people going to be able to get discovered in this modern world where SEO is changing? Like, if I'm to say, like, go to Google and I look up like how to rank with SEO in 2026, I'm gonna see, ads. I'm gonna see an AI overview, content around YouTube, like specifically Reddit links, and like very few actual, like more sponsored links and very few actual like blue links. So like this is like to actually rank, you're gonna be looking at like a traditional link. You're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 links, 7, 8, 9. And then a few of these are Reddit. So you see Reddit, you see LinkedIn, and then sponsored links, and the majority is like sponsored or YouTube links or like answers similar to like answering questions. The videos about it, and then like paid links as well. So like paid results. So like traditionally, like and then obviously of course like the AI overview. This is kind of like the ultimate thing that they're aiming for. You just get the whole thing right here. So yeah, that's something that we're having to do now, is like adapt the SEO strategies for 2026. It is different now. And like your goal is a little bit different than it used to be. So I'm telling Claude now that my goal is to allow the user, I want to unlock ways for our user to be able to see what they should do now based on these search results, or based on these scanning results. So we have the content suggestions based on the LLM strategies. Let's guide the user on how to rank in LLM answers. Maybe I also should do something like suggested content page for a site, identify gaps, suggest how to close the gaps, and allow the user to upload a document based on how they would like to rank in their own words. Maybe even map out an ICP profile. So multiple docs would be helpful instead of keyword lists to target. So this is kind of like what I think I should send to chat now. The new feature, suggested content page. For each site, generate a page called something like LLM visibility plan or AI answer strategy. It should have 4 sections. What you want to be known for, Let the user upload docs instead of typing keywords. Useful uploads. ICP profile, positioning docs, sales deck, customer calls, founder notes, product docs, case studies, existing blog posts, brand voice doc, then synthesize it. This is better than keyword targeting because LLMs answer from concepts, entities, and authority, not just exact match keywords. So what the site currently proves. Scan the website and ask, what claims does the site make? What claims are supported, unsupported? What topics does it cover well? What topics does it only gesture at? What examples, proof, data, or case studies are missing? Your current scan already sees this. Live and newsletter are thin. The site lacks tutorials, member success stories, archives, and current community details. Gaps blocking LLM visibility. LLMs tend to cite pages that are crawlable, specific, structured, and answer shaped. Google says AI search features will depend on normal crawl index eligibility and helpful content. OpenAI documents separate crawler controls for appearing in search via OAI search bot. Microsoft AI search guidance emphasizes structure, freshness, authority, and self-contained answer chunks. Here's what ChatGPT says about this. Do not ask users what keywords do you want to rank for. Ask, when someone asks ChatGPT about your category, what should it say about you? And then let them upload docs to answer that. That becomes your differentiated workflow. Upload positioning, ICP docs, crawl the site, compare desired authority with actual authority, generate missing pages, give outlines, answer blocks, proof needed, and internal links. That's the product. That's cool. suggestions.md. Let's look for that. LLM content suggestions. I'm going to send this over to ChatGPT. I love it. This is actually like way more clear. When someone asks ChatGPT about your category, what should it say about you? That's not SEO. That's doing nothing and helping AI. Strong. Missing authority page, missing answer content, missing evidence, missing distinctive POV. That maps directly to why LLMs ignore sites. Single synthesis call, good constraint. Prevents over-engineering, latency issues, fragmented UX. Commit this, then handle this feedback. keeps going. Let's go. Hey, what's up, Reed Cozy? How's it going? We're almost at 6 hours on the stream. This is our longest stream so far. So we're moving more towards content ideas based off of an ideal customer profile versus like a standard keyword list. And that's kind of where we're working towards at the moment. So we have a pretty good scanning capability now, and we're able to scan our whole site and find all these SEO issues, which is fine. It's a good starting point, but this isn't really like the way to move forward anymore. Like in the modern world, I think everything's more towards moving more towards like proving that you're an expert, proving that you have answers to people's questions, and helping the AI engines and Google understand why they should recommend you. So there's something called the EEAT for SEO. So experience, expertise, authoritativeness, and trustworthiness. So it's like a content framework that human reviewers are using, but it's something that the LLMs are also using as well. So this is something that people will need to kind of keep working towards as they decide their content strategy. Hey, what's up? Yeah, I'm on X. I'm trying to talk to the people that will potentially be using my product. ChatGPT says my 5+ hours. Yeah, I'm almost at 6. I'm at 5 hours and 59 minutes and 55 seconds. Alright, actually, I think I will wrap it up now that I've hit 6 hours. This is a really long stream. I probably won't stream like this again tomorrow, but we'll see. If you like the stream, be sure to subscribe down below, and don't forget to give us a like if you enjoyed anything that we've talked about, or if you learned anything. Thanks for watching, and we stream every day until we hit 10K MRR. That's the motto, that's the strategy here. So if you want to follow the journey, be sure to subscribe and leave a